Alright, we are back to stream this game yet again. Really do apologize for missing yesterday's Sims 3 pet stream. So basically what happened, and I'm actually going to talk about this while we go and do this last mission in this district that we currently have access to. Technically we have this heist, but we're not going to worry about the heist until after we complete the main story. Same thing that we're not going to worry about the co-op missions after the main story, because I'd rather like do the multiplayer stuff after I finish the game. But actually had something like pretty major happen to me. So for a couple weeks now, I had this event just kind of looking forward to. It's essentially my oral defense for my master's thing that I need to pass in order for me to qualify for getting a master's degree. And if I were to talk a little bit about that experience, it definitely was something that was initially kind of stressful, but I soon found out that I didn't really have a reason to be stressed. My professor, who's the head of my committee chair, actually told me that he wouldn't like be willing to let the thing he wouldn't be willing to let the he wouldn't be willing to let the thing go as planned if he didn't think I was ready. That's what I'm trying to say. And I guess the one thing that I was surprised about was how complimentary they were about my project. It just wasn't something I was initially expecting. And I guess if there's something... Okay, hold on. I already collected this. I don't know why it's still here, but I already collected this. I guess I gotta have to collect it again. It probably didn't save, I'm gonna be honest here. I think that was the last thing I did this stream. Last stream, so it probably didn't save. Go ahead and collect this one more time, and then we will head to the next district. But to talk a little bit about my project, this actually will be something that will be readily available for people to read when it's finished and published and all this stuff. But it's essentially like the first It's essentially like the first 10 sections of my of what will be book 2 of my literary project. And I think what I was most surprised for was just some of the things that my instructors said about my project. Like, one of the things that kind of blew me away was how they said how much my writing has improved and grown since since I first essentially became one of their students in like my undergrad. And that was something that I was completely surprised for, because honestly I never really... Oh, I actually already got this. That's so annoying that it still pops up in the map. That's one of the things that I was initially just so surprised by, something that I wasn't actually ever considering, because I always felt like that I've been writing the same way as I have always been writing, and I just haven't really been noticing too much growth. But according to them, like, my writing has significantly improved than the way it was, which was definitely not something that I would expect. But I think one other thing that they said was that also kind of took me off guard was how... I can't get down. And now I missed that event because I got stuck on the wall. I was gonna say another thing that I was initially surprised about was what my instructor said about my characters being more reflective of like past events that were important to them, which was something that I guessed was like an autonomous feature because I didn't recall like doing that for every character, but according to them I did. But that what happened with my oral defense was definitely an interesting experience for me. It wasn't something that I was expecting.
Something I can help you with?
What is this place?
It connects to the sanctuary. Less flashy than the Sainte-Chapelle entrance, but we own the building. Used to be part of our intelligence network. But the place has fallen on hard times.
How can I help?
I'll keep an ear out for any opportunities that come up. You might also speak to the intendant about renovating the building itself.
I'm not exactly flush with coin just now.
Any revenues the cafe generates are yours to do with as you see fit. The money is deposited in the chest in the study, and the more improvements you make...
The more revenue.
Quite. You might also find that expanding our reach into other districts will pay dividends.
Merci.
Sorry if you heard me burp just then. I'm drinking a Dr. Pepper right now, so that tends to make me a little bit gassy. Excuse me. But what I was gonna say was, I was just kind of, I guess, a little bit really surprised by. I was really surprised by some of the things that my instructors have said, which I like about my project, because to me, like, from my perspective, I haven't really like evolved my I haven't really changed my writing styles that much. It's just, I never interacted with this before. It looks like it's just like a tour thing. I guess it's just kind of like the hideout from like other games. This location is a lot detailed. This is 100. That's cheap.
It seems that workmen renovating the main wing found a small room hidden behind the kitchen. Its contents may be of interest to you.
Okay. This is 250, and it's another cheap
The
one.
previous owners must have walled off a room in the main hall. Perhaps you'd be interested in what they found.
Exterior is 1,000. That's another thing you can afford.
That well's been disused for years. It'll be nice to have fresh water again.
Upper floors. This is a more expensive. I'm actually gonna wait to buy all these until we get a little bit more money, because I'm not comfortable with buying everything just yet. What I do want to do is I want to explore some of the areas that we have unlocked. So there's this. Like we have a database entry. This is the... What is this? Is this a location, entrance to the hideout, the assassin base? Yeah, it is. That's a bug. I don't know if there would be anything like interesting. I could just look around just for a little bit. But I would be very surprised if they have any secrets hidden here. Like I said, we'll look around a little bit, but I don't think there'll be anything like too exciting. Maybe a couple database entries. What I was trying to do was I was trying to find specifically the vault room to Armored Chameleon or whatever his name is. It is really interesting to explore like an assassin hideout. This is something that I haven't really been able to do since Assassin's Creed Revelations, actually, because technically I wouldn't really consider Davenport Mansion to be an assassin hideout. It's kind of more of like a village or settlement, especially if you do all the homestead missions. But it was at one point an assassin hideout, but it's not anymore. But I think the last time we actually had like a full-on assassin den to explore was Assassin's Creed Revelations. But it's still like pretty interesting to see this. Yeah, this is as far as we go. I don't even know if we can go back there. But yeah, it is very nice to actually have an assassin base to explore. So this is something that hasn't happened for a few games. Let's actually go back this way because I want to finish exploring the whatever it's called. I can't think what it's called. My brain is completely fried. Wait. Ah, here it is. Here's the one I was looking for.
Impressive, no?
What is it?
An heirloom of the Brotherhood. That armor was worn by Thomas de Corniel.
I have no earthly idea who that is.
He led the raid that captured Jacques de Molay, broke the Templars' power in Europe for over a century. It used to be that an assassin who did a great service for the Brotherhood and for France would be given his armor in thanks. The seal that opens the vault was lost 200 years ago. It hasn't been opened since.
I can see why calling a locksmith was out of the question. Tell me about this seal.
It consisted of 3 rings, one for each of the 3 doors, but the seal was broken before it was lost. The fragments are no doubt scattered around Paris, with only the vaguest clues as to their whereabouts.
And if someone would find all of them, would you say that he had done a great service for the Brotherhood in France?
I suppose I would at that.
So it's kind of interesting. It's kind of like the end game armor that's common in a lot of games. Honestly, I think this is kind of more comparable to like the native armor from Rogue, the Achilles armor from Assassin's Creed 3. This definitely seems like sort of like the in-game thing. I do want to see what's over here. This is just another exit. I think this actually connects to the well. I didn't even know there was a database. Apparently there's a database in there. Didn't even notice. We'll come back and we'll do that Nostradamus Enigma later. I do want to like finish exploring this place. There's one other area that we have unlocked that I'm trying to find where it is. It's the kitchen is what I'm looking for, I believe.
Just answer me this one question. At what
And I
point
don't know
did
where the
seriously
kitchen
consider
is.
Paul?
Well, I hope it won't come to that.
Oh, what is the solution then if not cannibalism? Because it seems to me that the only other option is to wait for God to rain
Here's the
down manna
kitchen.
from
So
heaven.
this is the area that was unlocked. Oh, this is Club Hall.
Welcome to the Assassin Clubhouse, monsieur.
I assume these quarters aren't open to the public.
No, indeed. This is a private clubhouse for our brother and sister assassins.
Because belonging to just one secret society is passé.
Certain missions are too much for any one assassin to take on alone. In those instances, many prefer to work with the same team consistently. You develop a sense of each other's strengths and weaknesses, an understanding of what each will do in a crisis. Keeping a club makes it easier to organize such teams.
I suppose that's better than rousting whoever happens to be on hand.
Quite so.
So I will say, I've not experienced the multiplayer of this game. I've not like touched a co-op mission or anything like that. What I will say is I imagine like co-op missions in this game like has potential if they were to further develop it in the series. But to my knowledge, they never did. They never did like any form of co-op in any future games. I think there was some form of multiplayer aspects in future games because Initiates was an online service that existed in the game for at least until Assassin's Creed Syndicate. But Initiates is something that's a little bit different than say like actual multiplayer co-op. It was something that required an internet connection, and it allowed you to relay more lore for a given character. That's essentially all it is. What I do want to do is access this Initiate chest. Got Edward's assassin outfit, that's interesting. The other thing I want to do before we leave this area, we are actually not going to do these cafe missions until after we get all the collectibles in this area. But one thing that I did want to do is I want to check the Elise letters. I do not think that we have any yet, mainly because at this point in the game, Elise still hates us. I would be very surprised if we get one. If we do get one, it may be like something from a little bit later.
Paris, September 23rd, 1788. Dear Arno, I never thought I could be so bored in Paris. Can you imagine it? The greatest city in the world, and here I am, stuck in endless lectures from dawn to dusk. It's worse than that winter we spent in Strasbourg. Do you remember? When it snowed for a week straight, and we couldn't leave the house, and all the books in the library were in German. We convinced that cook the house was haunted by some young Frankish prince, and the poor man refused to leave his kitchen without a rosary in one hand and a Bible in the other. I miss those days. The things I'm learning from Father's friends are... well, I wish I could tell you about them. Someday, perhaps. But not now. And not like this. But still, I find myself missing those days. Missing home. Missing you. Next time Father comes to Paris, you must persuade him to bring you along. I remain always your Elise.
That was interesting.
Arno and Elise.
So that's actually something that I will check in like after every sequence. But there's actually something that I Wasn't actually expecting. I wasn't expecting like an audio reading of the thing. Let's go around and we'll go ahead and get like all these collectibles in this area before we do the mission. We have, I think we have 4 cafe missions and 1 Nostradamus mission.
Alright, good. Debate over.
The other thing I will say about this game, I'm not a big fan of how much there is to do in this game. I do kind of feel like it's a little bit overwhelming, which is why I'm actually streaming for a little bit longer. Which is why I'm streaming for a little bit longer than I initially planned. That's a 3-star, 3 difficulty lock. You won't be able to pick that. I'm actually going to be streaming until 5 today, and I have actually decided that for the foreseeable future, all of my upcoming streams will be streamed the full 4 hours if I am actually able to do it. There are some days, like what happened last week on Friday, when I wasn't able to stream the full 4 hours. I was only able to stream 2, but for the most part, I'm going to try and stream for the full 4 hours each stream, and this is just so I can make a little bit more progress in these games. The other thing I will say is, if you are a fan of Assassin's Creed Unity, or really like the story, and you are not particularly happy with how much I'm spending on collectibles, I just want to reiterate that this is a 100% playthrough of this game, and getting all the collectibles is actually required for 100% synchronization. I'll get the next one. Oh, that was close. I do not like these. There we go. I do not like that lockpicking minigame. I think it's like the worst of the series. I honestly kind of prefer... I said this before, but I kind of prefer the lockpicking minigame from Assassin's Creed 3. I honestly kind of think that's the best one. Like, if you're gonna do a minigame for lockpicking, at least make it so you can, it's not like completely lock-based, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I will say another thing that I am not particularly fond of is it seems that this game has probably the most collectibles out of any Assassin's Creed game, at least in my honest to God opinion, because it's at some point it's kind of overwhelming to like go around like get all these collectibles, because I literally spent the full 3 hours just doing all this stuff last stream. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to stream a little bit longer. I just like to be able to make a lot of progress each stream, and I just didn't feel like I think I only went up like 2%, which is just really stupid. So, if you want to see story progress, you actually will be able to get story progress, but it won't be until later in the game, in the stream. Because I guarantee you will be able to finish collectible hunting, and we'll be able to progress sequence 3, and we'll actually finish sequence 3. Oh, there's a co-op missions here, but we'll worry about that later. As I said before, I'm saving all the co-op missions and heists for the very end of the game, so if you wanted to see a, that's actually really good, free running. So if you wanted to see,
Everyone come!
so if you want to see story progress, you will be getting it this stream, but we're going to be focusing on finishing up the collectibles in the first two areas we came across first. So really do apologize if you were expecting more. I do not expect it to take too much longer though. That is flawless. Oh my god, I love that animation so much. That may be like the best running assassination animation I've ever seen in this series. My god, that looks good.
Les habitants de cette ville sont vraiment étranges.
Particulièrement hideux.
There you go, Cockade. Considering that we already encountered a 3-star thing and a one difficulty chance and a 3 difficulty thing, it's probably going to be 2 difficulty. Oh, there's the one. Color me surprise. I feel like I am getting a little bit better with the lockpicking thing. I just still don't like it. Okay, there's only one Cockade left in this district. I would be very surprised if we get like reward for finding them all. Maybe like finding them all in the game, but which we're probably gonna get an achievement for, but maybe not all of the district. Although it would be nice. This is a what? 3 difficulty. Oh.
Il se passe quelque chose.
That's unfortunate. We actually can't get into this room unless we have a lockpick in level 3, so it's actually something to keep in mind for later. That's really unfortunate. It's just a basic chest, too.
Étrange manière de faire de l'exercice. Bienvenue, monsieur.
We collected all 12 Cockades in this district. It doesn't look like we got anything as reward. Kind of unfortunate, but shit happens. Let's go ahead and grab this chest, the last chest in this area that we can pick up, which is also the last collectible in this area that we can pick up. And then we will do this Nostradamus Enigma. I think we have 4 cafe missions to take care of. And then we'll go to Versailles. I will say, if we have a cafe mission that takes us out of this district, like takes us, like say for example, if we have a cafe mission that takes us to one of these districts over here, we're just gonna abort the memory and we'll come back to it once we are actually ready to, once we're actually ready to, cover those missions. Why are you calling the guards? They're criminals. Yeah, so let's actually go, where is this again? I think it's down here. Arno, 1561. I've been increasingly subject to visions composed of obscure sentences and strange characters which carry meanings beyond my understanding. The visions were of such force that overcome I passed into trance. Therein I saw a weighty disc burst into many fragments which themselves were dispersed across Paris. I could scarcely recognize. Such were the changes. Each fragment of the disc accompanied by quatrains of unknown meaning, into each of those a symbol assigned. Upon awakening, I've written here the words and the symbols to each associated. It's for someone more learned than I to solve their meanings and recover whatever of value they protect. Nostradamus. Huh. I don't actually know where this is. Oh, what the? I was right. I saw that before, but I didn't see an interact option. Usually those symbols glow. I should have trusted my judgment. The lady of the domicile judges coming and goings from her couch lay throne as the top of the stair. lowly sinners as each we are, aspire to the domed heavens. Fickle fate points beyond where a supine city beckons. What the hell does that mean? The only thing I can think of is maybe the roof. It says something about a domed roof. Okay, so there's 3 Nostradamus Enigmas we have completed. Go ahead and do these, at least as much as we can do of these cafe theater missions.
It seems some royalist fanatics called Les Actes des Apôtres are on a book-burning spree. Many rare manuscripts are in danger. Meet my contact at Place de Fin and save what you can. We'll find them a good home here.
Speak to the contact. Let's go. There's something I will say is, one positive I will say about this world is, just kind of how lived in the city feels, like how much like the quests kind of interact with each other in the environment. It's something that I do appreciate. Like there are some areas that are locked off that you will be able to unlock, not through story progression like with a lot of games, but rather through side quests, which is something I do appreciate. It kind of gives you a reward for like doing side content. Usually the most you get from side quest is literally just it's literally just the most you get from side quests is usually just money, and that's it. Or maybe like sometimes you'll get a gear for like doing all this certain thing, but that's usually the most you really get. It's kind of nice how the side quests in this game does kind of build upon the world at large. It's something I do appreciate. And there's one thing that I will say is this is quite possibly, it may be like one of the world's biggest cities that we ever had to explore in an Assassin's Creed game. I could be wrong though. Well, I know like Rome from Assassin's Creed Brotherhood may be bigger, but it definitely kind of feels like a large world. There's a lot to do here. It's packed filled with missions, packed filled with collectibles. And it really just kind of gives... This is clearly like a game designed for you to frequently come back, and so they always have more to do. And, but even though I don't really care about the collectibles, like I'm kind of getting tired of going around and collecting all the collectibles in a given area, I do actually like these side quests.
Thank God you're here. They burned most of Monsieur Deschamps' library already. Please save what you can.
god, that was awesome. Let's go ahead and fast forward back to the cafe theater. See if we can do another one.
Lovely day, eh, sir?
Hello once again, good evening. With me, as always, is Madame Leclerc, and tonight we like to...
I much prefer books in libraries to on bonfires, don't you? One of our informants may have been compromised. She's posing as a scullery maid near Port Saint-Denis. We need you to tail the innkeepers, find out if they suspect her, and get her out if she's in danger.
Okay, so this is actually something we're gonna abort because it takes place in a different area. We actually can't abort it, but we can untrack it. This is something we're gonna wait until much later. You can see that this is in a completely different district. This is in Port Saint Denis, which is a 3-star difficulty. We're definitely not ready to tackle any of that. Plus, we will need to complete the House district, which I believe is the next district that we will be actually, no, it's Venture de Paris is the district. So yeah, that's definitely gonna have to wait until next time, the next sequence, but we actually can't do anything about that. Let's actually go ahead and go into Versailles. Got 5 more crowd events and we'll get another reward. Let's go to Versailles and we'll go ahead and clean up this district as much as we can before we go ahead and do the main story for once. So we have a lot to do here. You can see that there is, well, it's a small district, but we definitely have a lot we need to do. Let's actually go ahead and first clear out this right half, and then we'll go ahead and clear out the left half. I do like how the Palace of Versailles is actually open now. This used to be a restricted area, which is something I do appreciate. But we can't seem to, well, maybe upstairs. I was gonna say we can't seem to, like, cut through this place. Because, yeah, all these windows are closed. I guess something that we can do is climb up the building and over. That's why we're here. We are picking up a cockade right here. Oh shit. You are oblivious, good sir. I want to say it's going great. So far, this live streaming this day was actually something I was actually looking forward to. Probably the most this week. I actually had a very horrible week, if I'm gonna be honest here. My grandpa, after being hospitalized and released soon after due to COVID, he got hospitalized again on Sunday because he had respiratory issues, possibly related to COVID. And when he was being treated at the hospital, they also found out he had a blood infection. So he had to stay there a little bit longer, which was something that was really kind of sad, and what was kind of also kind of unfortunate. My mom did not take that information well. She, as soon as she heard my grandpa was hospitalized because he couldn't breathe, she looked at it as a worst case scenario, and she thought that her dad was going to die. And she literally, me and my dad were actually preparing to leave like 3 hours before like maybe 3 or 4 hours before I was actually set to live stream for Stardew Valley. And my dad I got the call from my mom as my dad was in the shower, like getting ready and all this kind of stuff. And she was just completely in tears. She was like hysterical. She could barely like get a few phrases out like in between sobs. It was bad. But she kept on saying, he's not breathing, he's not breathing. So when I heard that, I thought, oh my god, my grandpa is dead. Because he can't really live for long without breathing. But, what she should have said was he had difficulties breathing. Because me and Dad literally just...
Well, if it isn't the best barkeep in town, I'll be ready for you. Order revolution!
Me and Dad literally went from, we literally went from, like, getting ready to, like, go to my grandpa's house to help him bathe himself, because that's also something he hasn't been able to do for a while because he's old and he's been sick and all this kind of stuff. He has difficulty walking around and all this kind of stuff. So he went from like having to like planning on just going to his house to help him like bathe himself to going down to Mom's church to pick her up and then drive to the hospital. It was just really kind of unfortunate, if I'm gonna be honest here. My, it was definitely hard. I actually saw him on Thursday. It was really hard to see him like that, and what's even harder is the fact that he was talking as if he was going to die. Like, he was so sure that he didn't have much longer, and he's been talking to my mom and my Uncle Craig about like, what he wanted to do for his wedding, like what song he for his funeral, I should say, and what songs he wanted to play. It was just really sad, and it's almost kind of hard for me to listen to. I can understand. At some points, I do kind of understand like the mentality of that, like. I do understand the mentality of that. Like, a lot of people, they won't be willing to, they just kind of, people are just gonna overreact and they think they're gonna die, and they just kind of jump to, like, the worst possible conclusion. They always feel like they have to, like, prepare and all this kind of stuff, and to be fair, it is kind of helpful to prepare if you think you're going to die, or if you know you're gonna die, like, if the doctor tells you that this illness you have is terminal and you only have like 2 months to live, then that can kind of make sense that you should like get your affairs in order and like make sure you're ready and all this kind of stuff. But my grandpa still has time. He doesn't have a death sentence, but he's acting like he does. It's honestly been kind of what's difficult for me, because just hearing my grandpa talk like that, when in all honesty, it sounded like from what the doctor was saying, he was going to survive. He's just going to need help taking care of himself for the time being. But it was just definitely like really hard for me to like, hear my grandpa talk about that kind of stuff. But at a certain point, I do kind of understand it as well. I would probably be doing the same thing. Like if I was diagnosed with like stage 4 cancer, I'd definitely be trying to do the same thing and making sure that everything is set up before I pass. But it still doesn't make it any easier to hear. There's one other thing I will say. Family is something that I always kind of valued for a major point in my life. Family is everything to me. I care a lot about my family, but I do have some relatives that aren't the greatest of people. But I do kind of think it's important, like, to keep your family close, to keep the people you care about close, because they're definitely like a good crush to have if you are dealing with a problematic situation and you have no one to really turn to confide in. But yeah, I always just did value family over everything else, but it still doesn't make it easy. I guess if there's something that I will say, just kind of going off of the kind of like getting off the heavier notes, I am very impressed with how far like our medical advancements has actually come. Because when my grandpa was actually diagnosed with COVID, like the treatment for COVID has actually gone so advanced that if you are sick and you test positive for COVID, they can give you like a booster that can reduce or negate many of the symptoms and make it so that you can actually it can negate like a lot of the symptoms and make it so you can just turn from something that could have been fatal to actually survivable, which is something I do appreciate. It wasn't that long ago actually when COVID was essentially like a death sentence, but we didn't have any notable forms of treatment beyond like treating it with ineffective like cold and flu medicines. So it's just really kind of impressive for me to see like how things have actually changed. I think this chest is on the roof.
Oh mon Dieu, aurais-je... Oui, j'ai oublié mon livre chez moi. Bien, je ne sais pas trop.
What's in here? I do want to talk about something else, and that's kind of like my plans for the future of this channel. And also, oh, there's something I can take care of. I do kind of have something I do want to talk about regarding the future of my channel. When I'm done with college, I almost said my old community college. I'm in university now. But when I'm done with university, when I get my master's degree, I'm actually going to be spending a lot more time working on my book. And I'm thinking that now that I will eventually have no more distractions to keep me occupied, I'm honestly kind of thinking that I will be able to finish my book, I will be able to have it published, and I'm hoping that once I get it published, I'll be able to advertise it more on my channel, and then I'll actually be able to promote growth. It's something that I frequently discussed in my in previous live streams, but to go a little bit more in detail, when my book is published, I'm planning on having like a vlog thing, like every Wednesday or something. I'm gonna be hosting like a vlog where I'm gonna be hosting a vlog where I'm going to be discussing like for first 30 minutes. I'm gonna be discussing something that happened, some interesting event that happened in my life. Like maybe it'll be like a personal story, a funny moment, like something just to pass the time. And the last 30 minutes is actually going to be discussing either my writing process, which is sort of like meant to help young writers like myself, and also is going to be discussing my overall process with writing, like how I've been designing like certain characters, all this kind of stuff. I think it'll be kind of interesting to kind of blend my process as a writer, my life as a writer with my gaming things, and I'm hoping that if I do that, it will also kind of help to build my audience. I will still be having like gaming related stuff. I will still be like covering like video games on the weekend, but I do want to have like a little vlog thing which is meant to kind of bring more of a personal side to my channel, just give my channel a little bit more personality. That's just been something I've been thinking about for a while, and you'll also be able to see some behind the scenes stuff with my.
Later if you want to talk. I'll be ready for you.
You'll be able to see some behind the scenes stuff with my writing, which is something that I don't think that people, too many writers actually do. But that's just something that I been actually thinking about doing for a while. Also, for YouTube only. For YouTube only, I'm also going to be having little bios for certain characters, little so I like to increase the advertisement for my projects, and I'm basically just gonna essentially do little information and theories and all this kind of stuff about my project, and just kind of dissecting my own work, I guess you could say. So that's just something you can look forward to, like when my book is actually finished. I keep on saying, oh, I'm gonna be finishing the book at the end of the year, I'm gonna be doing this, I'm gonna be doing that, but I never actually do it. And part of the reason is I've been so distracted with schoolwork. I didn't actually have much time for myself, but will literally have no excuse once I finish college. I will literally have no excuse to get this done, and I do need to like I do need to have this book finished and published. I do need to have this book finished and published, so that I can actually hopefully be able to make some sort of income off of it, because I was actually be jobless. And I'm thinking about like applying for like a part-time job somewhere, but I don't know where or when I'm gonna be doing it. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Oh, is this Arno's mansion? Or not Arno's, I think this is Elise's place. I still don't know what Unity Companion is. Okay, so St. Louis is now officially done. Let's go ahead and work our way down Colette. I will say, part of me can't see Versailles, or think of the name Versailles, without thinking of how Versailles was portrayed in that David Tennant Doctor Who episode, where they're attempting to save the life of Marie Antoinette. I'm pretty sure that was actually took place in Versailles as well. Although I imagine it took place at a later time as this. I could be wrong though. But that's probably one of my favorite David Tennant episodes, if I'm going to be honest here. Yeah, let that thief go away. That's probably one of my favorite David Tennant episodes, and I really enjoy that episode so much. It is so good. This actually needs to be on the upper floor. But, that episode of Doctor Who really fascinates me. It really disappoints me just how Doctor Who has fallen in comparison to how it was to how it is right now. That's one of the things that's been kind of annoying me as a writer. When I see promising stories have a fall from grace moment. Like, an example I can think of is what the MCU has become. Like, I think I talked about this before, but I think that a reason why a lot of writers, a lot of TV shows try and, like, pander and having, like, a female lead that, and they end up, like, doing some sort of, like, politics with it, some sort of gender politics that ends up, like, ruining the impact of the show. And you can see this with, like, Marvel She-Hulk. You can see this with the Marvels movie that released. And you kind of see it to an extent with the recent, like, Doctor Who things. Like, really, like, the stuff with Jodie Whittaker, it wasn't so much, like, gender politics as it was, like, bad writing. But they just did a recent episode of Doctor Who where one of the characters directing her words to David Tennant. One of the characters directing her words to David Tennant. One of the most iconic and beloved doctors in one of the most beloved and iconic doctors. This female character, and this really snide and very annoying tone, said, I don't expect a man like you to understand that, or something along those lines. That really pissed me off. Because a lot of people make the assumption that, this person doesn't like this show because he's sexist, and he thinks that a female character can't be a good lead for a show, which is bullshit. is really bullshit. Because look at Lara Croft. Lara Croft in Tomb Raider is probably one of my favorite, maybe close to my favorite action adventure games. I do kind of consider Assassin's Creed to be an action adventure game. It's definitely my favorite, but you have Lara Croft, one of the most iconic and beloved characters that both men and women like. And you assume that, oh, I was actually gonna let that one go, but you just already came right at me. You assume that a man doesn't like a female character in a show because he's a man and the character is female. That's just kind of insulting. Like, not everything is a message for sexism. It's just, if a story is bad, it doesn't mean that the character is bad, it means that the writing is bad. I feel like that She-Hulk could have had great promise if the writing was a little bit better. If the character actually got the respect they deserved. But it wasn't good. It wasn't good, I'm sorry to say, but I did not like She-Hulk. And I do not like the direction a lot of movies and TV shows are going. And I kind of wish for things to kind of return to normal, where people just can put aside these problematic storytelling beliefs aside and actually focus on writing stories that are compelling and interesting for both audiences. But a lot of people just try and portray something and pandering towards a specific, very, very small audience, and it's just not working for the grander narrative. A lot of people, I see this so many times, but a lot of people assume that that someone is sexist because they don't like, say, the Marvels. And directors from the Marvel movies say this shit all the time, and it pissed me off. But it's just really kind of unfortunate. That's kind of where our society is heading. But does look like, according to one source, that people are going away from that, which I do appreciate. If I were to actually talk about something like relating to my book, I've actually been one of the characters that I'm planning on being like a focal point. Her name is Charlotte Matthews. She's gonna be like a main character in the second trilogy. And I'm essentially designing her to be, I want her to be essentially like the strongest character in my series by the end of her story. And it's kind of my experiment in developing a strong female character. And I do think that if I were to write I do feel like that if I were to write this character with the way that I have planned, I will succeed in that. But one thing that I will say about Charlotte Matthews' character is how I'm planning on just including like a narrative element that she kind of struggles with, like a conflict that she constantly has to deal with. And that conflict that I'm planning on having her deal with is a prospect of acceptance, where she is ostracized by her co-workers for her being like too reckless or compulsive or whatever, because they don't think that those are admirable traits to have for that particular job that she's in. Try not to give too much away, but So she's just constantly ostracized and by her co-workers, and she's also hated by her family because they essentially like disowned her. So like the main like thing that she struggles with is her working towards being accepted by not only her co-workers but her family, and her story is essentially focusing on the concept of acceptance. That's something that she will be struggling to gain for her entire trilogy. And the way that she plans on actually working towards gaining acceptance, the way that she works towards gaining acceptance is something that will actually make her character like stronger and more compelling. And I think that she will be probably one of the most beloved and iconic characters of my series because of how I'm writing her. And that's just, I'm not like using any sort of like politics in writing her character. I'm not like making her the strongest just to quote unquote make her a strong independent woman. But I'm trying to make her the strongest just to challenge myself, to prove to myself that I can do what a lot of writers actually kind of struggle with doing. And I do think that the secret to doing that, what a lot of people actually kind of miss out on in a lot of TV shows, is just having that struggle. It's having that moment of conflict that the character will eventually grow to overcome. And I think that's really the key to making any sort of character compelling. Like, it's not all about like delivering a specific message. It's about the journey that the character goes through that it causes them to change, to be better. And I feel like that if more TV shows were to focus on this, then it could make a lot of stories more compelling because of that. But I think like the big mistake that people make when in recent writing is they seem to forget like the core elements of storytelling, which is just kind of unfortunate. I've actually been writing since I was in the 3rd grade, so I've given a lot of thought about this, and actually my opinion has actually changed a lot since I first started writing. That's my personal belief right now. Okay, let's actually go ahead and go into character customization, gear loadout. We will do equipment. That is loud. I want to get like a new outfit, but I don't know which one I want to get. I'm probably going to prioritize looks over anything else. Skies is not something I'm interested in. I do like the tailored medieval coat. It's gonna get this. I don't want to like invest in 4-star right now, so we'll just get a 3. Honestly, falling damage and falling noise could be good. Kind of tempted to getting that, but not a very big fan of the leggings. They all. It seems like they all have it. Uh. Go ahead and get the matching military breaches. No. I'm actually gonna get the tailored breeches. It's also changed my color scheme a little bit. So we should be at we're 3 hearts now, 3 stars, so we're in a pretty good place. I actually want to take a look at an achievement list because apparently that I just realized that achievement was actually rare. Really, 4.9% of gamers have unlocked that? That's surprising. It's an easy district to clear out. I guess not a lot of people go for collectibles. Okay, so now we are going to do the main mission. Finally doing the main mission after all this time.
What's the mission?
Mission. Let's get your arse in position. Don't ask questions, piss pop.
I live to serve.
Mission difficulty is indicated by diamonds. The more diamonds, the more difficulty the mission, and the stronger the player level is also represented by diamonds. Yeah, more diamonds, heavier level, higher level. Buying new skills and better equipment increases your player. So we need to do 3 cover kills. I'm actually gonna let him kill me. It really is stupid that you can't restart from checkpoint. Actually, gonna wait until he turns back around. He's looking right at me. Hey, there we go. Sabotage the alarm bell. The bells, the bells.
Lord Guillaume de Roussel has generously agreed to our price of 40%.
An act of desperation. What about the priest?
He'll come around.
Your confidence is infectious, Sivert. My boys will have the wagon ready.
Here are the details. Make sure it goes smoothly.
Of course. Make sure that it goes smoothly, cretin. When have I...
Murder! Murder! These bastards always have bodyguards. Well... next time, do that before he starts screaming.
Why do we hang about here when Sivert still lives? He killed Monsieur de la Cite.
Patience. Sever's not the target. Not today. Council.
Drop the damn smoke bomb! There you are! Drop in the pace, dead man!
Come on.
Okay, Bellic. Where are we going now? So far, I think we're doing good. We haven't lost him yet.
Merde. Patriots. These imbeciles will pick a fight with anyone. Try not to draw their attention.
Shouldn't we stop them?
Stop them. Avoid them. Doesn't matter. There's always more fanatics. Can't save everyone, piss pop.
Well, there's a cheery thought.
Heads up, lads. Remy found Monsieur Rapinon's body in a courtyard not far from here. Stabbed through the throat. Quelque chose les agite, mais quoi? I'll still be running when you're dead.
Come on, catch up.
Just trying not to strain your heart.
back here, Bellic?
You call that a run?
So far, I haven't lost you. Gotten close, though.
Need a break? You call that a run?
I'm right next to you.
Believe this. We've not seen Seaver for a year, and you're letting him walk. All because his name wasn't on a bloody piece of paper.
The timing's not right. Too many variables, too many loose threads.
And if we lose him again?
He'll be at Notre Dame tomorrow, if he keeps to the schedule we found.
You might have shared that earlier. You are well, citizen? So what happens?
Just gonna restock my supplies. I do need more medicine. Need more smoke bombs, and I need more lockpicks.
Next.
We take this ledger full of Templar records to Mirabeau. Proceeds to do nothing with it.
You don't seem terribly fond of him.
He's a politician. Sees himself as a great peacemaker. He thinks he can end the war between assassins and Templars, bring the revolution to a happy conclusion, and convince dogs and cats to live together in peace.
And that's bad?
It's a self-aggrandizing pipe dream. The Templars are at their weakest since Jacques de Molay burned. We're running around after second-rate smugglers. All because Mirabeau wants to secure his legacy.
Monsieur de la Cite believed a truce was possible.
And look where it got him. Well, the customs agents of France can rest easy. Arpinot's dead.
Shaking down imprisoned nobles seems a bit out of his oeuvre. What are the Templars up to?
If we hadn't spent the last year hobbled by your damn truce, we might know that.
Here's a point, Honoré. The truce was with Grand Master de la Cite.
The man's been dead for 2 years. Whoever's in charge now, you can be certain they aren't sitting idle.
We might have learned more had we not allowed Seaver to escape.
Seaver was there?
I know your heart is set on keeping the peace, but bringing Monsieur de la Cite's killer to justice would count for something, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. But do not confuse your personal vendetta with a sound strategy.
If he wants to kill Templars, let him kill Templars. I've done him all I can. Boys ready?
Very well. Assassin. I charge you to go to Notre Dame de Paris, and to find there the Templar agent, Charles Gabriel Seaver. You will learn his secrets, and when you have done so, you will bring him peace, in accordance with our tenets.
%, sync. Yeah, so let's go ahead and leave this area. I do want to verify. Go into progress tracker. Go into sequence. We do have sequence 2 finished. I'm still saving. I want to get Apprentice Locksmith level 2 when that gets up. Although, do I want to do this? Oh, we don't have enough for that. I was gonna say, do I want to get like double assassination? We need 2 more things for that. Oh god, that's a tough one. Yeah, this will require 6, you know, this will require 4.
Hello, Anno.
I'm actually gonna head back to the cafe theater and pick up my income.
I trust you've had a pleasant day, sir.
So I will say this next mission is a black box assassination missions. I will be trying to go for all of the unique assassinations if I am able to. With my last playthrough, there's only one. I remember, only one as far as sequence 5. In my last playthrough, there's only one assassination that I wasn't able to get the assassination, unique assassination for. And that's actually for the Templar you kill at the end of sequence 2. Sequence 4, I should say. So, it's very possible that I may not be able to get this assassination done. Like all of the unique assassinations, but I will at the very least be trying to go for the unique assassination for, this first target. Weird how I went through that sign.
What's our plan?
Our plan? You're not an apprentice anymore, boy. So study your surroundings. Devise your own plan. I'm not here to hold your hand. No targets unreachable.
Out of the way. Move. Where the hell was Duchesneau? Oh.
If you can't find a weakness to exploit, make one.
You've secured the cathedral? Oui, monsieur. Good. Tell Siver I'll meet him inside.
Opportunities everywhere. It's on you to take it.
You! Get back here with my keys! Thieves!
And if all other plans fail, why not sacrifice yourself for the cause, your life for his? Before Altair, that was the Levantine approach.
You mean a dagger in broad daylight as I'm cut down where I stand?
Sends a powerful message.
I'll do it my way.
Whatever you think best, assassin.
Interestingly, references Altair. That's something that I honestly kind of forgot about. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that assassination opportunity. You do have one optional objective. Oh, we actually don't have any, so I guess we have to wait until we get inside.
Secured the cathedral. Oui, Monsieur Duchesneau. This is the only way in or out, and we've paid off the guards. Good. We're up and on there. I don't want to take any chances. When Monsieur Sivert arrives, tell him I've got the arrangement. I'll join you. What the hell is... Where the hell is that priest? Thinks I've nothing better to do. Bastard priest couldn't bother showing up on time.
I got some questions for you.
Okay.
Damn it. Who's killed you, old man? Bloody hell. Who did this? Come on.
One of the optional, the reason I'm being careful is one of the optional objectives is to not trigger open conflict. I'm trying to be very, very careful. I think I'm looking for a specific underground interest. I just don't know which one it is. Okay, this looks promising. Trying to be careful here. I'm waiting for him to go back around.
What the hell, man?
Is there seriously no whistle option? Oh, let me go into database, tutorial entries, controls. No. Is there seriously no whistle option? Why would they give you a crouch button if you don't have a whistle? It's in like Assassin's Creed, it's a lot of the Assassin's Creed games. There's seriously no whistle option. This is under a different category.
Judicame Deus et descene causam meam ab homine iniquo et me.
That's odd.
Deus fortitudo mea. Quare me repolisti et quare tristis in genum.
Better get back to the poison.
Emite lucem tuam et veritas tua. Ipsa me deduxerunt et adduxerunt
Trying to think.
tem sanctum tuum. Et in tabernacula tua adiutorium nostrum in nomine Domini qui fecit caelum et terram. Introibo ad Deum qui letificat juventutem meam, judicame Deus et descene
I may just have to go for it.
non sancta, ab homine iniquo et doloso eure me, quia tu es Deus,
I may just have to go for it.
quare me repolisti et quare tristis in cedo.
What was that?
Où tu vas? T'aimes pas parler politique?
That way then.
Son of a... Did I just lose the git?
On se prépare à affronter des hommes en armes avec des pierres et des bâtons. Qui ça inquiéterait?
Okay, that's not working. There must be something else I can do.
Viens combattre avec nous! Hein? Venez! Allez! Venez-y pour voir!
Ma parole, t'es suicidaire! On s'est bien compris? Oui, monsieur. Merci. Alors, citoyens, on reste sourds à l'appel de la nation!
That's odd.
Ça sonnait carrément contre-révolutionnaire!
Il devrait y aller. Oh! Ils ont besoin d'aide, je pense. Je ne sais pas ce qui me retient d'y aller.
L'entrée. Not dreaming. Pitié. What's happened here?
Come on, investigate. You know you want to. Come on, investigate. You know you want to. Now, what is he doing? I know he sees a body. Did I break him somehow? I have no other choice but to wait. I had to wait for him to go back to normal patrol. I can't do anything else. But he's not doing anything. I don't know what he's doing. Behaving very strange, though.
Someone's gonna pay for this.
Can I carry the body? I have no choice but to wait.
One side.
Apparently, Severe does count as a kill from a hiding spot.
Let's get a closer look.
Really sucks I couldn't hide the bodies.
Something's not right. Keep all angles covered.
Everything's in place.
Finally so recent, did he? What's our cut?
30%.
Good, good. This is our moment, my friend. Petty nobles are ripe enough fruits, but the church has been leeching off the people for centuries. If we crack their vaults, the Grand Master cannot fail to recognize our work.
As you say, monsieur.
Good. Now, if we're done here, I'll take my leave and wait for our holy friend to deliver the goods.
Wait here. See that we're not disturbed.
Sévère.
Monsieur Latouche, I'm here to see the King of Beggars.
Come with me.
The intrigues of rats! Pompous fool, if I could lay my hands on him.
Well, what's so important you had to pull me away from my daughters?
You're right, monsieur. Too much of the king's champagne.
Sévère, come away!
Okay. Let's leave the same way we came in. So I will say that was an interesting assassination mission. I actually got the thing wrong. I didn't realize it was not to trigger any alarms. I thought it was to not trigger open conflict. I'm actually glad it was the alarms one, because we would have got this one completely done. If it was do not trigger open conflict, we would be screwed. And we got 100% sync.
Jesus, Deacon, do you read? What the hell is that?
I'm here, Bishop. That's a server sweep. Abstergo's looking for you. And they're close.
Damn it. Can you open a server bridge?
Hey, come on, it's me. Already on it. couple of seconds.
Initiate. We're opening a server bridge. Find the portal and pass through before the suite finds you.
Got it, go.
Do you see it? They're hard to miss. Jumping from one Helix server to another should buy you a few more hours. If it doesn't, we're screwed.
Well, we're not screwed. It's your initiate that gets the brunt.
Deacon, you're not helping.
I love these missions. I only did one, maybe two of them. In the main story. I can't remember like when the second one comes out. Maybe sequence 4, maybe sequence 5. I don't know. But I do remember this first one. The first one was really good.
There it is. Go. The signal's holding. Good. You're waiting outside the main simulation now. This will throw Abstergo off your trail for a while, but you'll also run into a lot of incomplete and corrupted code.
So it's a little bit more modern.
Which probably explains why the people here aren't quite here. Looks like the late 1800s. Now this is a Paris I wouldn't mind visiting. Maybe another time. Right now, you need to get to the exit portal. I can't see a path through, though. See if you can find a route underground.
Oh, well, there's the route underground. Looks like it heads into the metro.
That's it. I'm reading a route through the metro station ahead. Oh, shit. This area's becoming unstable.
Really love these segments. It's so cool. No collectibles, no optional objectives to worry about, just free running fun. That made me jump. I will say I really wish there's more like platforming puzzles like in general in Assassin's Creed games. It is kind of a missed opportunity. At one point, like parkour was the defining aspect of Assassin's Creed, I guess you could say. And that hasn't really been a feature since Assassin's Creed Syndicate, which is really kind of sad. Really, the RPG series, a lot of people, I do kind of understand, like, a lot of the different people's opinions of it. Like, I consider, for the longest time, I consider Assassin's Creed Origins to be the last true Assassin's Creed games.
There you are. And you found the exit. Good. It's an unstable vortex of energy, so there's no telling how it will disrupt the simulation.
I do consider Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Assassin's Creed Syndicate to be problematic overall. However, I do understand people's opinions of Assassin's Creed Odyssey being both the best of the series. But I also understand the criticism of that game being among the worst. For me, I always considered Odyssey to be good world design, bad gameplay. It's really kind of unfortunate. I have a lot of problems with the gameplay of Assassin's Creed Odyssey, but there's a lot of stuff I also appreciate. Oh, they're supposed to climb up there.
It looks like you'll have to climb Lady Liberty. She must have bled through from another time period. The French should have shipped her off to the States by now. Just get to the portal. I'll do what I can to stop it from closing. See you on the other side. And we're back. Not everyone is so fortunate their first time through a bridge. Sometimes our initiates are trapped in the system, and we have no choice but to send someone like you in to rescue them. In fact, one of our initiates is caught in a Belle Epoque server right now. If you're not too exhausted, you can re-enter the bridge and rescue him. All right, back to work, initiate.
Okay. So we do have a new mission available. Do you want to check something? It's all 100% sync. I also want to check. Oh, I actually don't have it unlocked. Let's go ahead and do this rift mission. I'll say I'm definitely, I think I've only done like 3 of these. It's gonna be too hard.
Glad you can make it. You have to free our agent and get to the exit portal. His original mission was to gather data from the Helix, so try to recover as much of it as possible. Here's some of the data we've been looking for. Good. Our techs will start analyzing the data right away. That data is encrypted. You'll need to stand by it for a moment until I can access it. Okay, decrypting now. Done. All right, I'll need more data to find our operative.
Not what I wanted to do, but okay.
There he is. You have to get him out of there. Free. Well done. You're running out of time. Try to recover as much data as possible before you leave.
Where's the exit?
This area is becoming unstable. The simulation is collapsing. Get out now. Very good. But there's more assassins to save and more data to find.
Well, that's fun. So the next one is a 3-star. This is 3-star. We're doing a whole lot of fun right now. Now that we have done... Oh. Never mind. Apparently we only have 2 available.
We thought we'd lost this assassin for good. His life is in your hands now. Find him. Good. Our techs will start analyzing the data right away. I think this data could really help us. Wait a second. This one's encrypted. Good. Our techs will start analyzing the data right away. Wow, this should make our researchers very happy. Sending the data to the lab now. You know where the assassin is. Get to him now. Operative located. That's it. You should be safe now. This will come in handy. You don't have much time left.
Yeah, let's leave.
A job well done. Our agents are never safe in the Helix, though, so help them when you can.
Yeah, let's go back to Helix. Progress tracker. Oh, you can complete it 3 times for... I don't know if I want to do that. I guess maybe I should, because I'm probably gonna give database entries. I really hate how I tried to replay it 3 times to get a
Try to get as much data as you can, but remember to
get like
leave
an
enough
optional
time to find the
objective,
assassin.
or get like an optional mission, I guess you could say.
Keep up the good work. This data comes from deep within the Helix. Well done. Let's hope that contains something valuable.
What I will say is none of these missions are particularly hard, so I can actually give it...
This one's encrypted. Wait. Hold on a second. I need to decrypt it. Good job. The more data we can get, the better.
Definitely not being as efficient as before.
Wow, this should make our researchers very happy. Keep up the good... I've been able to pinpoint our agent's location. He's there. You have to save him. Great. Well done. You don't have much time left. Excellent. This could hold some major Stardew secrets. Another piece of the puzzle. Well done.
And let's leave.
A job well done. Our agents are never safe in the Helix, though, so help them when you can.
This is a good thing that we're taking care of this now. They just have to do this one more time for the other assassin intel. This isn't really too hard, it's just annoying that they had to do it 3 times from execution. I guess there's some people that don't consider it 100% of the database as part of 100% completion, but I mean...
Data received.
If you're missing a database entry, I don't really consider that you do like everything else in the game.
This should make our research.
I don't really consider this game to be complete. That was the case.
contains something valuable. I think this data could really help us. Wait a second. This one's encrypted. This should come in useful. This data comes from deep within the helix. Well done. Assassin position triangulated. Operative located. You've done it. Good. The simulation will start collapsing soon. Hurry! Another piece of the puzzle. Well done. What was that? I think this data could really help us.
Here to go. We're running as fast as we can. I'm the gingerbread man.
3, 2, 1. Our operative is safe and sends us thanks.
That was close. I don't know if he can desynchronize if we run out of time, but I'd rather not find out. I think I want to save this rift mission, this other rift mission for later. Because I kind of want to take a little break from that. It's repetitive gameplay that I'm really not a fan of. But I just wanted to, it's a repetitive gameplay that I'm really not a fan of, but I just wanted to, get a little, I just wanted to get a little bit of progress today. I did not know that was going to send me to Versailles. I thought it was going to send me to the, fast travel point to Versailles. I want to make a little bit more story progress and get started exploring the next district. Those missions are very repetitive and honestly very boring. So I honestly would rather just pace that out and maybe like get one done per stream. Because I don't really consider that to be too fun.
Arno, what cheer?
Parishioners found a body in Notre Dame today. The wags are already calling him the Penitent. I take it justice has been done?
Not entirely. Sivert had an accomplice the night of Monsieur de la Cite's murder. He struck the killing blow.
This raises troubling questions. What have you learned?
He was working with a man called Le Roi des Thunes.
The King of Beggars? Are you sure?
You know him?
Of him. The beggars pay him tribute. The man himself is a ghost. We've sent 3 assassins after him. The first 2 found no trace. The third never returned.
I can find him. Sivert met with one of his lieutenants. I owe it to the memory of Monsieur de la Cite to uncover the truth.
Perhaps you can at that. You've proved yourself a true assassin today. And a true assassin must have the proper tools.
So the concealed blade and the smoke bombs were just what you had on hand, then?
I love his
The
axe.
Phantom Blade. A modest little update from the traditional assassin's blade. Where you're going, you may not wish to get too close to your enemies. Now then. Assassin, this council charges you to go to La Cour des Miracles. Find there the Templar agent Le Roi des Thunes. Learn his secrets, and bring him peace.
Let's see, this is something that I never really bothered to try and figure out. I do want to restock on my supplies, and actually we do have some training missions we need to do.
Anna.
And it's going to get started. Get started on missions. Well, not these missions. We're not going to start the campaign missions just yet. We're going to explore like this new area we unlocked. Okay, good. We are not in the main mission. This is in the stop. This is in the Enter the Paris area. Let's go ahead and we will start by synchronizing this viewpoint. And actually, what we are going to do is synchronize every viewpoint in these areas before we go ahead and get started on clearing out the collectible. Really do apologize once again, like if people do not find like collectible hunting entertaining, but again, I cannot stress this enough. This is 100% playthrough, so I would like to do 100% of all achievements. Oh, I do want to get a new 100% all collectible, I should say. I do want to get a new this is a 3-star sword. I thought it was 2-star. At 7 to 25 crowd events. I really wonder what happened if you complete all of them. Or it was just like an endless thing. The bridge. I think it's not bad. I will say this game is just freaking gorgeous. Sometimes I'm just blown away by how good everything looks. Gonna stay alive if he did not aggro me. This is really your fault. I honestly killed that guy because like he detected me. So I'm actually kind of getting a little bit hungry. I had leftover pizza for lunch today, like shortly before I started streaming, and already getting hungry again. I guess it is kind of getting close to I guess like the dinner hour, I guess you could say. Usually most people eat at 5 or 6, and it's currently an hour and a half away from that time. At least until 5. I should mention once again that we are playing until, we are going to be playing until 5 today, so we're going to be streaming for another hour and a half. And this is actually going to continue for all of my live streams going, not trying to do a leap of faith. That's really going to be true for all of our live streams going forward. It's going to be a 4-hour live streams for all of them. I really wish you can skip that. It is so long. I mean, I get it. They want to show you how great the city looks. At a certain point, it's just kind of annoying. Another thing I mentioned this before, but I just absolutely love how packed this city is. Just, it feels so alive. And I feel like that's a lot of problems with the, a lot of the Assassin's Creed games is you may have like pedestrians, like citizens walking around, but it's not nearly as dense as Paris. Oh my god, that is so smooth. Oh my god, I like that a lot. This game has fantastic finishers and assassination. So impressive. Really made me use 2 heals on you. I had not gotten good on dealing with those axe guys in combat. I was helping you. freaking helping, you dingus. There's trying to be helpful to the guards and killing a wanted criminal. Okay, so that's done. So let's go ahead and I don't know where the other viewpoint is. Oh, there it is. Hiding.
Wow, this is a surprise.
That was easy. I don't know why they didn't get aggro there. I feel like they should. Getting a lot of database entries though. Well, we know that chest is 3-star difficulty. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the shop. We'll actually finally take care of that mission that we had. And once we complete these, we're gonna check out the new tutorials we know got unlocked. Okay, time to find the innkeepers.
What's so important to Zelma?
It's the bloody scullery girl. Claude said he spotted her hiding a note under a loose cobble. I didn't even know the wretch could read.
So? She's probably just scribbling for her gutter rat friends.
That's what I thought at first. But then I went and read the note. She knew about Reynard. She had details of the operation. I think she's a spy.
Ha! This is what we get for taking in war orphans.
What do we do?
Don't worry. I'll take care of it.
Okay. That was easy. Speak to Colette. Better not mess with Arnold freaking Dorian.
Madame Gouze sent me. You are discovered. You need to get out of here.
Luckily all the guards are dead. There you go. I need to get better at the combat. It's so easy for me to think I can plot a massive victory. And I actually can't. This is Damsel and Seamstress. I want to look into this real quick before I accept it. So I want to know where it sends me. Stop. Marais and Arsenal districts. So we're actually going to wait until later. Okay, so let's actually first start off with here. We have a lot of collectibles to do in this district, so let's go ahead and get things started. Hold on, I need to close another window. I have an antivirus program. Frequently pops up and tells me things. We got a nomad point. I still don't know what Assassin's Creed Unity Companion is. I wonder if it's like the that GTA app they did. I can't remember what it's called. Like GTA Plus or something, but it's something weird they did a long time ago where you can actually be able to train Franklin's dog Chop on it. I used it once. I actually got the maximum thing you can do with Chop. I cannot remember what it's called though. Chop was honestly that little mechanic that was really only available for the phone. It was honestly kind of an interesting mechanic. It's just, I feel like that not a lot of people actually were aware of it or cared to even download the app to figure it out. It is level 2, so we're not going to be able to do it. Another thing I thought was interesting, that's not like the only Assassin's, it's not like the only app.
I'll be ready for you. You've been selling wars. I'll get you right in.
What the fuck was that? Okay, note to self, do not start a conflict right next to those fucking piece of shit guards. That was honestly fucking stupid. Is it specifically those white guys' rifles that were the problem? Because I think like 3 of them shot me at once and that just freaking killed me. I actually thought it was a bug at first because at first I didn't know what happened. I just randomly died. I think what happened was I got shot by 3 different angles, seriously. Because that's in the other district. It's really kind of unfortunate because that kind of happens a lot. There's really nothing you can do. You're like targeted by 3 people with rifles, unless you can interrupt their thing and be quick about it. You kind of have to like take the bullet. There's really nothing you can do.
Make this easier on yourself. Il se passe quelque chose là-bas. Hold it, you!
I don't know why they're so detected on me. There you go, I lost him. Wait, what difficulty is this? This is a 2-star difficulty, oh my god. Oh, can I do this one? I'm honestly kind of thinking about getting like a stronger sword. This is another 2-star one, so we can't do this one. That's 3 chests that we can't actually lockpick. Kind of stupid. Can we at least do this artifact? Or is it going to be behind another locked door? Another artifact? For one's not locked? Actually, yeah, we're kind of going a little bit roundabout way, but yeah, that's fine. Gonna be going up and then coming back down. So we are technically at the 3-hour mark. Once again, we're gonna be streaming for another hour, so got a little bit of a longer stream. And the main reason why I've been doing this is I've been honestly kind of disappointed with the amount of progress I've been making lately, so I just wanted to be able to do a little bit more. I will, something, going back to what happened yesterday when I did my oral defense. You don't know how relieved I was, to hear my professor say that I passed. Because, I had a really kind of weird day at that point, and I'm normally not the superstitious sort. I'm usually not the superstitious sword, but when I had to like drive to the UPS store to print out my paper, and there was actually a really weird, very coincidental point. I don't know, it's something we can do. It's a really weird coincidental thing where I saw a crow flying in the area around my car, and it crowed 3 times before flying away. And for those of you unaware who are not really familiar with superstition, damn it, crows are often like the more symbolic of the aspect of death. And there is a belief that if you... I cannot get this. They're also like synonymous with bad luck. There we go. They're also synonymous with bad luck. So the fact that this crow was flying around my car, and it crowed specifically 3 times before it flew away, and the fact that since I've been living at my house, I have never seen a crow flying in my neighborhood, is definitely just kind of suspicious, or kind of interesting, I guess. But what was interesting was specifically the fact that the crow cawed 3 times before flying away. And I say that's interesting because when I drove to UPS, I almost got into a car accident 3 times two of which would have been my fault because it was an error in judgment. The third time wasn't really my fault, it was really the other driver's fault for pulling out of a driveway without looking to see if there's any vehicle coming. I had to like slam on my brakes to avoid like hitting him. But the fact that I heard the crow caw 3 times before flying away, and the fact that I almost got into a car accident 3 times, it's definitely kind of interesting to me, considering considering like the whole like superstitious belief of the rules of 3 when dealing with the paranormal. Like a lot of people kind of believe that if you hear like 3 knocks, like especially in relation to people, the people's belief in ghosts. If you hear like 3 knocks or if you get like 3 scratches, it's essentially a mocking. It's essentially meant to be like a mocking of the Trinity. So it's essentially it's synonymous with the devil, essentially. And so the fact that those 2 things happened just kind of made me think, oh my god, am I actually not going to be able to pass this? Believe it or not, that's what I thought. So it was a weird coincidental thing that actually did kind of influence my line of thought, simply because of everything that happened. So I literally went into my class and my thing. I was trying to do my best to answer the questions they asked me. I was trying to do my best to present myself in a calm and respectful manner, but deep down I was thinking, oh my god, am I actually going to be able to do this? It was just so weird, just strictly because of how coincidental it was. I barely got that. And I actually told I'm always like very honest to a fault with my professors, even when I probably shouldn't be. So I actually told them what happened, and they were kind of surprised, but it was just so weird. What is this? Is this a shortcut? Yeah, so there's nothing else here. But I thought a locked door would lead to a collectible. It was also kind of interesting, like the events that led up to that thing, because one of my instructors actually got diagnosed with COVID on Wednesday, and she immediately like got shot like to try and mitigate it, but she had to like get herself tested, and she couldn't actually do it. It was possible that we had to do it through Zoom, I guess I should say, if she still tested positive. But it was just like a series of ironic or circumstantial, weird and circumstantial events that just kind of led up to that. Freaking dick. Oh, there's two Nostradamus Enigmas here. That's interesting. Did not mean to do that.
You're no patriot. You'll slip. After him.
I don't know why he somehow lost me there. I think it might be faster to get it going down. There you go. It might be easier, I should say, not faster. I guess both is kind of true. I meant easier. This is one thing I would love to, it's one of those things I've been honestly kind of curious about, if I'm going to be honest here. Because I know that there are people out there that do like free running and do parkour in real life. But I always wondered just how realistic it actually was. Like if you could actually like scale a building like that. Probably not like a modernized skyscraper. I do wonder if it's even possible to like do something like that, like on a more traditional building, like a stonework building like this with actual ledges. It's probably not, it's definitely not safe to do something like that, but I always wondered if it was possible. I imagine that your fingers would realistically give away before you even reach the top. But it is something that I often think about, just how hard or easy it is to actually do something like that in real life. This is a restricted area, so probably we'll want to restock on supplies. Oh, was this the Bastille? It is the Bastille. Yeah, I definitely want to restock on supplies. It. Did he just say my name? Did he just say Arno? You did not have to aggro me. I was just opening a chest that was available to the public.
Wait.
You there! Stop!
Yeah, they actually separated. This is a 3-star lock, so we can't do anything about this. I'm trying to figure, there's open doors, but I don't see a way to get in them. Obviously, this is where the Bastille is. Now, I want to know where this metal is. It's up there, so it's probably need to climb the side of the building. Let's actually go over this way first. using all of my... Started using all my abilities, but I don't care. I think we actually creep through this area in the main story.
Halt, citizen! You can't escape! It's time to die, corpse! Where are you, murderer?
This is a 1-star. That was easy. A lot easier than the last one I did. Okay, so there is a couple 3-stars and a couple 2-stars. Let's go ahead and grab this cockade and then we will head on out.
Right there! You! Hold there! You outlaw!
I actually had to leave. Because they would have killed me otherwise. No way, now I was going to survive all those scars. Climb up! God, those guys were... This is kind of tough area, and I do have to go back for one chest, but hopefully when I do, I'll be a lot more prepared. There was a lot of snipers in that area. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Good. Apparently 3 missions here. I can only... 1. Apparently companion missions don't count as assassin missions, whatever they're called. Pair stories. I think what I'm most enjoying about this game, I think that's really like the environment that's drawing me in more than anything. I think I'm not really entirely sold on the combat. I will say a part of me is still being stubborn and kind of still appreciating like the counter kill combat of the older games. But I do like what this game is trying to do. It's trying to overhaul like the combat system. And I think the combat works well. It's just kind of hard to initiate and...
Give me a name, you traitor!
It's just hard to initiate in certain situations. Oh, we're now a soldier. Nice. I definitely do feel that the this game's strength is definitely like its role. I keep on saying this a lot, but this game has really impressed me in ways that I feel like the more recent games haven't, if that makes sense. Like, for the most part, the RPG games haven't really given me the sense of awe in where this game has. I think part of the reason is I had a very limited playthrough with this game. And when I did play when it first came out, it wasn't with an open mind. I was very critical, I was reluctant trying new things. That's kind of different now. I'm more appreciative of what this game is trying to do, what it actually does. And I think I like this game a little bit more now. I'm still not entirely sold on the story. I mean, it's interesting, but it's definitely not like my favorite Assassin's Creed story thus far. I do like Arnold's character. I think Arnold's sass is always kind of amusing. He kind of reminds me of Jacob a little bit. Jacob Pride. Just with his sass, I guess could say. Although with Jacob, you never really got the impression that he took anything seriously. And he was honestly a little bit arrogant, I guess. And I don't really get the same impression as Arno. He's just simply motivated by one singular purpose at this point.
They hang him for no good reason. I've taken a small pendant from his neck. Please, sir, could you protect me as I take it back to our family home?
Death to aristocrats!
Hang her from the lamppost. She's an aristo too.
Yes! À la lanterne! And now his mother! À la lanterne!
He doesn't deserve a decent burial.
He's not dead enough! Chop off his head! Toss him in the rubbish pit!
It's not enough to hang him. Hang the mother too.
That's easy. It's so weird to see a woman like wearing that type of dress and carrying a sword.
You can't stop us!
So far it's pretty easy. Not gonna give me anything like too crazy to worry about. That is so funny to see. I will say, I do not really care for this mission. She walks so slow. Let's go, Duchess de Fermiet. That's still so weird to see. I had a feeling they're gonna aggro me, so I had to kill them. They weren't. Oh. Let's get a move on, lady. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Or more people show up. Let's go! Lady, let's go! What the fuck are you doing? Go! Thank you. Now, leading around here, eventually another guard's gonna investigate and see I killed their friends. God, I hate this mission. She is so slow. That was flawless.
Thank you, kind sir. At least I have something to remember him by. May he rest in peace.
Okay, that's done. We're gonna do the companion mission next, and I think that may be the last thing. Well, we may do a Nostradamus. That is technically in the other district, so we're not gonna worry about that. We're actually gonna save this. You know, actually, technically, like, this isn't like this is a separate mission, so I think we can actually do this one. We just aren't gonna do the first archive. Hopefully it won't be disorienting like since I'm doing them out of order. Hopefully it's like you say, oh, Warno, it's good to see you again. I need your help again. Do you think you can help an old friend out? It's like, who the fuck are you? Hopefully it's not gonna be something like that.
You're no patriot.
Dude, that was so easy. Are you serious?
Faut l'envoyer à 17.
They were technically tougher enemies because we were technically in a different district. I think what I want to do now is actually make my way and do this Nostradamus thing, and that may be the last thing I do for this stream.
Pourquoi fait-il ça?
For anyone curious, I definitely don't have this. This game is not, even though I've been enjoying this game isn't like top 5 material for me. This isn't like a top 5 game for me. This isn't like top 3, I should say. That was horrible. That was better. But it's just, there are elements I like about this game, and there are elements I dislike, but for the most part, I've been enjoying myself. It's just, I think the issues that I have with this game so far is just, I feel like they have too much content, if that makes sense. Which I guess may be a heresy to some people, but you're gonna play completionist, it's a completion run. It definitely kind of feels overwhelming at certain points. Really just trying to escape those guys. I don't want to deal with a couple heavy guys. And I actually had to wait until I lose focus, get out of combat. Above the dark shadows of the erstwhile bastion, the tall square sentinel silently watches the 9th month spill his blood. Oh, it's probably this. That looks like a square sentinel. I don't even know what it is really, but it's over by where people are executed, so I think that could be a good location. I mean, it's good enough for me. It's the only square building I see in this game, this area. Or square object, I should say. I don't even know for sure if it's a building. Don't know why I'm going after this guy just yet. 1825. Oh yeah, that's definitely it. Don't see something popping up on my Eagle Vision just yet. I can't interact with this. Above the dark shadows of the erstwhile bastion, the tall... It's right here. I'm literally standing on it. What am I missing? Thinking maybe I need to go inside the building? Let me look this up. Because this doesn't make sense. If I can see the mark, I should be able to interact with it. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Grand Châtelet. That is so weird. I think I was at a future location. I think that's what happened. I don't know where this is, though. Hold on, I'm pulling up a video. Medium. Oh, sorry. I thought I muted myself. I must have double tapped the mic. I was gonna say that I figured out where I need to go. It's actually the location where I'm heading to right now. I was actually, another thing that I said was, before I kind of... Another thing that I said was, I said that I was simultaneously both right and wrong about what I was actually looking for. I was right that it had something to do with people being killed. I thought it was an execution thing, but it's actually referring to the prisoners. Martyrs of Herod in their ageless temple haunt the alchemist's tombs with their macabre, soundless dance. Now I'm actually going to look this up again because I don't know where it is. Don't know what the heck it means by that. So apparently something that is actually helpful for these Nostradamus Enigmas is actually using the stop. It's actually using the database to figure things out. It's something that I fortunately do not have access to at this point because I want to reserve my database for after this stream. I'd rather not read an entry from the database out loud in the stream. I'd rather record it for YouTube. But it's just stupid how they don't really give you too much directions. They just give you kind of slight information that's really only available through the database. These aren't very good riddles. I mean, they're tough in that sense, in the sense that they're good in the sense that they're tough, but they expect you to read. They expect you to read the database to figure out the clues, rather than simply just looking at your environment and figuring it out that way. That's really just my gripe with this. Another thing that I dislike about this game, just going into like another example, I already see it, is I really hate how the Eagle Vision is that has a time limit or that has like a wait timer when you use it. And we actually already saw this. So we already know that the thing that we're missing right here. For anyone curious, this is definitely going to be the last thing I do on the stream before I wrap things up. We made a lot of progress today. I can be happy about that. If you want, if you're just curious as to, if you're curious, tomorrow it's very possible we may be getting an achievement. In fact, very surprised if we don't get an achievement tomorrow. And we'll be making some significant progress towards 100%ing Stardew Valley. Also, now that I think of it, that must be for something else. Now that I think of it, this must be for a different Enigma. Now that I think of it, it's actually very possible we may come very close to finishing this game. 100% completion for Stardew Valley. I was also kind of distracted because when I was bringing that up, I came to the realization that I remembered a recent post, I remembered a recent a post by the developer concerned, Abe, who said that he's been making, quote, a lot of progress on developing update 1.6. And it actually revealed another item that will be included, another crafting recipe for a large chest. And that's something that I will say is, I don't know. We still don't know when 1.6 will release, but I'm still gonna remain true to my initial statements that we are going to be taking a break from this game, whether or not we get 100% completion or not, in order for me to just wait for more guys to come, so I can be able to cover the new content effectively. Let's go back to Cafe Theater. Apparently having enough fragments to open the door here.
Good morning, sir.
See where this goes.
Down.
Huh. Oh, I see. Oh. So we're trying to okay, so we're looking for an arrow with a line through it. So that is that thing. And that's correct. So we're looking for an M with an arrow at the end. That is... That's not it. That's correct. Okay, so we looking for a man. It's actually an upside down man. That's more like a necklace for that thing. Okay, last one is a river. I don't know what that's called. What to call that. That's not it. Finally, we get some platforming puzzles. This is one thing that was missing a lot of the recent Assassin's Creed games. Okay, so we actually completed one of the puzzles. Oh, there's actually a chest over there. Huh. Okay, so that's gonna do it for today. If you're remotely interested in what you see today, all the games I cover on my channel will be for 100% completion. I'm going to be streaming Assassin's Creed Unity yet again next Saturday, 1 p.m. to 5 Pacific Standard Time. I'm going to be streaming Stardew Valley for 100% completion on Sundays, 1 p.m. to 5 Pacific Standard Time. And I'm going to be streaming Sims 3 Pets for 100% completion on Fridays, 1 p.m. to 5 Pacific Standard Time. If you are interested in games you play 5% completion, know that I'll not only go 5% in-game statistic, but 100% in all achievements as well. That's gonna do it for today. Thank you guys for watching, and I really want to check my synchronization thing. We are currently 4% higher than where I left off my last playthrough. My last playthrough has only got as far as 11% synchronization. Now we are at 15. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you all next time. Hello everyone, and welcome to another post-stream session where I go over all the new entries for the database. We have a lot to do, we have a lot to read, let's get started. First and foremost, we're going to save the tutorials for next time, we definitely have some new training missions. I was actually going to do it this stream, but I kind of forgot. We do the stuff that we have new in case policy is something we already covered. Going into encyclopedia, people, general, Charles Gabriel Sever. Born December 1st, 1725 in Louisbourg, New France, Sever was the son of a lieutenant of a general Swiss regiment de Coureur. Like his father, Sever chose to make his career in the army, serving in New France and the West Indies before returning to Europe in 1785, where he opened a shipping business. Right, a shipping business, very diplomatic way of saying Templars artifact smuggling. You've got data linking Sever to everything from Haytham Kenway's operations of the American colonies to the disastrous attempt to recover. Well, never mind, you're not clear for that. Just keep an eye on this one, yeah? He died in Notre Dame de Paris on January 5th, 1791. Assassins 1, Templar 0. Hell yeah. Thomas de Cornelion. Now, I think this is a guy that we saw and that we fought against in that intro mission we played that shows that Jackson Malay's final moments. I think this was an assassin that we fought. Born in 1276 in the Republic of Metz, Thomas de Cornelion was a wealthy banker and economic rival of the Knights Templar. He contributed a sizable force, probably of Flemish mercenaries, to fill the force arrest and imprisonment of the Templars on October 13, 1307. With his chief rival out of the way, Thomas and his cabal supporters, including such luminaries as Dante Alighieri, Marco Polo, and Domenico Auditore. Wow, that's spread their influence across Europe, toppling monarchs and bishops alike as they saw fit. He died of an illness in Venice somewhere around the spring of 1323. Oh dear, real-time history. Thomas de Cornelion was mentored the French Brotherhood in the late 13th through early 14th centuries. He was one of the key participants in the downfall of the original Templar Order, back when they conveniently wore enormous red targets on their chest. Those Flemish mercenaries were us, by the way, but I'm guessing you already saw that when you experienced Helix or whatever focus group tested audience approved marketing speak for their marketing speak they're using these days. After Jackson Malay and his cronies were rounded up, Thomas and his assassin brothers and sisters spent a decade crisscrossing Europe. On a side note, I spent a month crisscrossing Europe after university, and I'll tell you what, it bloody felt like a decade. At least those guys spent their time reading out Templar influence whenever they found it. I spent mine chasing a Spanish girl called Catalina, who I thought had stolen my heart, but in fact had stolen my wallet. Anyway, did you enjoy the Renaissance? You can thank Thomas and Cornelian and his associates for paving the way for it. I did enjoy the Renaissance. Really, like, Ezio's trilogy is probably one of my favorite stories in Assassin's Creed, which is kind of a cliche for, like, Assassin's Creed fans, but what can I say, Ezio's such a good character, and the Renaissance is such a good time period. All the new entries for General. I think the only new entry we have is Nostradamus. The show that Nostradamus was born on December 14th, 1503 in Saint Remy de Provence in the south of France. An apothecary, he drafted his first almanac in 1550 in which he predicted events to come in relatively obscure rhyming couplets. Around this time, they began to go by the name of Nostradamus, actually an inaccurate Latin translation of Nostradam. He went on to publish the prophecies, the work that would effectively ensure his fame and reputation. He was summoned to the court by Catherine de Medici, 1555. There is a family in the Assassin's Creed 2 called the Medici family. I wonder if Catherine de Medici is related. It's spelled very similar. It seems that he predicted the death of Henry II, King of France, correctly foretelling that Henry's skull would be pierced in a duel with his master at arms in 1569. 1564, Charles IX assigned him the role of physician and ordinary to the king. He died on July 2nd, 1566 in Salon de Provence. Bet he didn't see that coming. Okay, we have locations, we have bridges, we have... I think Pont Mary was new. Pont Mary was named after his engineer, Christophe Marie, and not the Holy Virgin, who appealed to Henry IV to build a double wooden bridge across the Ile St. Louis. Despite Henry's assassination, the project continued. The bridge would later be renovated in stone. The enterprising Mary completed his assignment after collecting 20 years of toll charges. He was also tasked with creating the keys. That's actually a word that I mispronounced for a long time, but Q-U-A-Y, contrary to a popular misconception, is not pronounced quay, it's pronounced key. Believe it or not, it took as far as Final Fantasy 15 for me to figure that out with the location of Golden Key. But quays, even though it looks like quays, is actually pronounced keys. That encircled the island and plotting its streets. The first stone of the North Bridge was laid on October 11, 1614, will be completed in 1630. 1658, part of the bridge and the houses built on top of it were destroyed by a flood, an all too common disaster in Paris at the time. At the time of the Revolution, the last remaining houses were demolished. Okay, we have churches. We have Tours Saint-Jacques. When the Church of St. Jacques de la Boucherie was torn down, it was decided to preserve one of its flamboyant towers. Built under the reign of Francis I, now known as the Tour de St. Jacques. There are no ornamental decorations around the space since it was formerly inside the nave and therefore not visible. The original church was a starting point for the religious pilgrimage to Santiago de Compostela. The alchemist Nicholas Flamel was originally buried under the floor of the church. The remaining tower is also a monument to science, since this is where the mathematician and inventor Blaise Pascal conducted experiments concerning atmospheric pressures in 1648. Église Saint Eustache? I don't know how you pronounce that. The second biggest church in Paris is situated at the Central Les Halles. Started out as a modest chapel dedicated to Saint Agnes, a Roman martyr. Later, relics of Saint Eustace were, or it's probably pronounced Eustace. Eustace. I don't know. I see Eustace, E-U-S-T-A-C-H-E, and I think it's attributed to the name Eustace. It's spelled the same way, just without the H. Relics of Saint Eustace were brought to the church, and the saint, whose symbol is a large stag deer overseen by a cross, became the church's namesake. The development of the central market in Les Halles, Paris church became too small. The current church took 105 years to construct, 1535 to 1637. Its Gothic structure and Renaissance detailed, to say nothing of its dimensions, make it a surprising edifice. Moreover, it curves to the north since it was built along the line formed by the Rue Trainy Rambuteau. Since no one wanted to expropriate to the shopkeepers who were installed there, is missing its southernmost tower. Districts, we have Cour des Miracles. Cour des Miracles was one of the poorest, most dangerous slums in revolutionary Paris. It took its name from the many beggars who faked terrible injuries and diseases to elicit donations, only to be miraculously cured when it was You think the name would have been a good tip-off for people? Le Marais is new, located in the heart of Paris. The Marais district finest hours would come during the 17th century when the many aristocrats who lived there transformed it into a fashionable district. In the 18th century, the nobility gradually abandoned the district in favor of the Faubourg Saint-Honoré or the Faubourg Saint-Germain. In spite of his departure, the Marais would always retain his image as an aristocratic district, which meant that with the coming of the Revolution, rioters were set about destroying the many symbols of royalty and nobility that were found there. It was wonderfully convenient sort of one-stop shop for those of the riotous persuasion. Excuse me. With the revolution, the district changed progressively. The abandoned townhouses were taken up by merchants to form warehouses or workshops. Beautiful homes were thus preserved, and so the Marais became inhabited by the more modest people who kept shops, practiced craft trades, which in turn gave way to small factories and semi-industrialized trades of the 19th century. General Cimetière des Saints Innocents, originally the street leading to Saint Denis, outside the ramparts of the Roman capital, which mainly occupied the left bank, served as the church's city cemetery. Just to say, you're about to read my favorite historical name of all time, Louis the Sixth the Fat. Oh my god, that's funny. And that's actually I'm pretty sure that's he is the antagonist from the Siege of Paris DLC in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. That's just so funny. That already overseen the construction, Les Halles had Saints Innocents built in 1130. The cemetery would become the cemetery of all the churches of Paris, which was made for an unprecedented concentration of dead bodies. The plague epidemic could bring about thousands of deaths in the space of just a few weeks. In the 1400s, improvements were made, partly paid for and designed by Nicolas Flamel. The whole was overseen by a macabre mural of the Dance of Death. Just prior to the Revolution, the bodies were disinterred and moved to the catacombs beneath Paris. Grand Châtelet, marked by an imposingly tall square tower, the prison was once a fortress located in the heart of the city at the Place de Grève, and enjoyed a particularly sinister reputation. This was yet another construction by the indefatigable Louis the Fat, who wanted to defend the Grand Pont Bridge and replaced by the Pont au Change. Then in the middle of what it was then a particularly squalid district, it served as headquarters of the Provost de Paris, or Provost Marshal, who essentially ruled over the city along with his lieutenants and his 48 advisors. Justice was dealt out swiftly within its walls. Whereas the Bastille was demolished in just a few frenzied weeks, the Grand Châtelet was put to fresh use by the Reign of Terror, housing prisoners that would fall victim during the September's massacres. Finally, the prison itself fell to Napoleon, who wanted it raised. That's a small man complex where you constantly wanted to bring things down to their level. Among its illustrious occupants were Francois Villon, Clement Marot, Poisoner Antoine Francois Desrues, and Marquis de Favras in 1790 before being hanged. It engendered the word morgue in French, which in the 15th century meant face, and in the verbal form meant to stare at. The chalet sharers stared at their victims and dealt with contempt so that they would be able to identify them in case they escaped. The word "moor" came to be used to designate the cells. It also sounds like an awful lot like my days in the British public school system, just with less random violence. Hotel de Ville in 1246, Louis IX invented the position of provost of the merchants, who centered his power in the Maison aux Piliers on the spot, eventually renamed the Hotel de Ville. The building came to have a bust along the front, celebrating the historical mayors of Paris who looked out over the place to grieve and his public executions. The interior was consumed by flames during the insurrection of 1871. The building was completely destroyed afterwards. It remains the center of Paris municipal government today. Les Halles. Under the city, within the city, Les Halles was appropriately known as a Belle of Paris, since this is where the Parisians bought their groceries each morning. There's a fat French bloke downstairs we call the Belle of Paris too. Before becoming a market, it was an expansive little field consumed by the names of two streets, Rue des Petits Champs and Rue de la Croix des Petits Champs. I'm probably butchering that. Really do apologize if you're French and you're watching this, just cringing at my horrible mispronunciations. French is not my language, so doing my best. The market operated up until 1866 when architect Victor Boutard completed his massive glass and ironwork pavilions after 12 years' work. It was a model that all of Europe would imitate, not until the 1970s when it finally pulled down and replaced by the present-day concrete jungle, of which a huge glass canopy was recently installed. A la Lanterne! Before official authorities instituted the use of the guillotine during the Revolution, the mob improvised rough justice of their own. Often simple lampposts, lanterns were used to similarly hang the victims. The most famous lamppost was found in the Place de Grève in front of the Hotel de Ville. It was here in 1789 that the crowd strongly hated Joseph Francois Foulon de Doux, who was suspected of controlling the food supply. After his execution, a la lanterne became a famous cry, and it's found among the popular song of the day, Ça ira. I think it gives us great insight into the French that one of the most popular songs is about lampposts. It was also the subject of one of the Camille Desmoulins's most recognized polemics. Vince Auto de Fe. The Auto de Fe, from the Portuguese for act of faith, was originally a ritual of the Inquisition, wherein the accused made proof of their good faith. However, since the ritual generally ended with the accused being burned at the stake, the popular mind of auto de fe came to mean the burning itself. The term came to France during the Revolution and was turned inside out, now meaning a revolutionary act of faith against Christian clerics. That's an intel. We have archive conversation, 24 January 2015. Transcribed telephone conversation between Miss M. L. LeMay and Dr. A. Grammatica. Hello, Miss LeMay. It's Alvaro. Have you settled into your new office? LeMay, just a few more boxes to unpack. Oh, that's Melanie LeMay. Oh. So this is in the present. Grammatica, good, it's a big space. LeMay, it's almost too big. Olivier felt the same way. Grammatica, she's talking about Olivier Garneau, who was actually killed by, what's his name? The first antagonist from the Watch Dogs. There's actually Watch Dogs and Assassin's Creed actually inhabit the same universe. I can't remember who the main character Watch Dogs 1 was, but there was a mission where he killed Olivier Garneau. This is actually kind of brought up again in Assassin's Creed Origins and one of the dialogues on the Renaissance computer, but Olivier was killed by a hacker, essentially. Grammatica, but the view is incredible if I remember right. LeMay, that's true. Grammatica, listen, I'll be in Montreal for a week next month, but so we can talk more in depth at that point. Until then, I'll send you some documents, give you a rough idea about what sort of data we'll be looking for in the next few years. LeMay, okay, I'll blame you time next month to review them. Grammatica, good. Also, when you have a spare moment, I wonder if you would write up a detailed reminiscence, I suppose, or a memoir of your time with John Standish. John Standish was the first, was a modern day sage, which is essentially someone who is essentially a reincarnation of the Izu Aita. Essentially, I think it's either Juno or Minerva's love interest. So the way it works is like every 100 years or so, another sage will be born, and he essentially has memories of Aita, but he's also human, so it's just kind of weird. How long you lived with him, how long you worked with him, how often you talked, what do you know about his personal life, that sort of thing. LeMay, okay, absolutely. Manica, you sound hesitant. LeMay, sorry, no, I'd be happy to. I'm just overwhelmed by some of the things I learned about in the past months. Grammatica, I understand. LeMay, it's hard enough grasping the idea of a precursor race. But this whole sage business, it's difficult to swallow. Grammatica, of course, the documents I'm sending you should go some way to easing you into some pretty strange discoveries, but make sure you're sitting down when you read them. LeMay, oh god, okay, thanks. Grammatica, no problem, stay in touch. LeMay, I will. Grammatica, congratulations on your new position. LeMay, thank you, I'm looking forward to working with your team. Grammatica, good, take care, call in. Got a promotion, Alan Ricken, Chief Executive Officer of Circle Industries, Washington, D.C. 21 January 2014. Dear Miss LeMay, congratulations on your promotion. I'm thrilled that you have decided to continue your career with our organization. I'm delighted that someone of your experience and caliber considers Abstergo Entertainment a natural fit for your talents. As Chief Creative Officer at Abstergo Entertainment, you will play an integral part in the continued growth and development of the Abstergo family, a brand respected and cherished the world over. As a long-time employee, you certainly need no introduction to our internal philosophy or priorities and our commitment to excellence. None of this changes, of course, and rest assured that you will have our full support and continue this legacy during your tenure as CCO. With Abstergo's vast resources and advanced technology at your disposal, you will be in a unique position to make a true and lasting impact on the world. Your position grants you access to Abstergo's offices and will put you at the forefront of some of the most exciting and controversial scientific breakthroughs of the past century. All avenues of genetic memory research are now open to you. Your only limit is your curiosity and ambition. As per our discussion last week, your first day as Chief Creative Officer will be 3 March 2014, starting at a base salary of $183,000 per year. God damn. That's that like $30,000 a month? God, I wish I made that much. With full eligibility for all bonuses and investment options. Welcome to the next stage in your already incredible career. I look forward to working with you in your future. Alan Ricken, CEO of Circle Industries. I want to look this up. Calculator 18300 divided by 12. How much is that per month? She makes $15,250 per month. Oh, that is a lot. I know there's positions like that in real life where you can earn like a lot of money, but that's just insane to me. So she could essentially be a millionaire in just 5 years. Crazy. Helix Marketing Strategy Memo, Abstergo Entertainment, Helix Team Virtual Training Exposition, Press Training Details, where Los Angeles, California, Aurora Center Downtown, when 10 to 12 June 2014, to Melanie LeMay, CCO, Mark Schelling, Executive Producer, Pierre-Louis Bellinger, Project Director, Anthony Gabenji, I don't know how to pronounce that, Tech Director, Lodgings TBD, to be determined. There are 3 hotels downtown we don't use. Contact Jennifer Tam, me. Your messages, Helix is not virtual reality, it's a virtual experience of actual history. History is your playground. Helix is built on Animus technology, Abstergo's proprietary genetic memory extraction hardware. Helix is safe and comfortable. Abstergo has been developing Animus tech for 4 decades. Animus technology is proprietary. There are currently no plans to outsource or license this technology to other companies. Worldwide simultaneous release fall 2014. Do and don'ts do. Use words and phrases like innovative, immersive, total immersions, virtual experience, true history, and the final frontier of pure entertainment. Elaborate on our flagship virtual experience, the tragedy of Jackson Malay, 14th century France, Last of the Knights Templars, action, suspense, and adventure. These are forthcoming features without mentioning names. Without naming names, something like our forthcoming virtual experiences will explore all sides of history, good and evil, and all the shades in between. Spark imaginations by asking journalists what time period they would like to visit. I submit that having the famous people on the ancestral line safety. Safety is our priority. If this technology was 100% stable, we wouldn't release it. Expand on the core virtues of Helix: history, truth, immersion, fun. Talk at the Helix core team inspired a hardworking experience, 343 collective years of industry experience. Talk about Stardew Entertainment, the best and brightest, a studio full of talent, the most talented and creative minds on Earth. Do not dignify any rumors about the disappearance of passive Stardew employees with any kind of response. These rumors are scurrilous attempts to tarnish our company's reputation and should be brushed off with the simple, we don't respond to false allegations and crackpot theories. Do not mention data tracking, cortex monitoring, fMRI, omega technology, hippocampal shock, occipital ghosting, brain death, server bridges, rogue programs, or erudito. These are industry terms and will only raise false alarms in the minds of muck-raking entertainment bloggers from San Francisco. The last thing we need is a 60-point hyperventilating headline on the front page of some squawking tech blog proclaiming Abstergo Entertainment is trying to kill you. Well, they're kind of right. I do not answer questions about Abstergo Industries or subsidiaries other than Abstergo Entertainment. Deflect questions of the nature with the simple I'm here to talk about Helix as an employee of Abstergo Entertainment, or just as simple that's not my area of expertise. No comments. Do not go into specifics about the nature of genetic memory. A simple each man and woman on Earth shares around some portion of the collective memories and experiences of their ancestors. Abstergo's various technological breakthroughs in the past few decades have led us to a point where we are able to extract, organize, and replay these memories for the public eyes. Never speak badly of past projects, spin negatives into positives. Example is, I think that's supposed to be example something. I don't know what EG means. If they say the film part of Devils of the Caribbean was a frightful master cliches, dime-store moralizing and pandering stereotypes, we thought this bucket of Bill's water was a good idea. Say certainly we realized very early in production, the Devils of the Caribbean would not be an ideal experience for everyone, but for those who want a fun, exciting, and lighthearted look at the golden age of piracy, this ship has come to port. Do not confirm cooperative virtual experiences. You may say this is technology we have definitely considered and are looking into it as we speak. We will be unveiling this feature at a later date. Wow, that's a lot. Belle Epoque. Belle Epoque, literally the beautiful age, is the name given to the period between 1871 when the Franco-Prussian War ended and 1914 when the First World War began. Once France was forced to endure the wars and hardships of the 20th century, was nostalgically thought of as a golden age. Both prosperous and peaceful, a better name for it would have been the if only they knew what was coming epoch. Paris, already referred to as the City of Lights, grew in size and economic power thanks to the technological advances. The Parisian quality of life has improved as well. And they didn't even have social networking then. Come to think of it, maybe it's a good time to be alive after all, yeah? Hashtag banter. In 1889, World's Fair exemplified the spirit of the times and marked the construction of the Eiffel Tower, a symbol of France's new engineering prowess, and of the Belle Epoque itself, just as iconic of the Paris Metro, whose construction began in 1898 and which opened to the public 2 years later. However, these weren't the first grand accomplishments of the era. The Statue of Liberty was built over a decade earlier as a gift to the United States, representing the Roman goddess of freedom and celebrating American independence. But while Paris became the cultural capital of the world, as arts and literature flourished, there was also political and radical tension. Anarchist groups who saw nothing but bourgeois decadence in the culture, cafes and cabarets such as the Moulin Rouge, in order to acts of terrorism. So no more widespread terror would put an end to the golden age as war once again gripped the continent. Other thing we have is cafe theater history. March on the recruitment of Mimlet Mapen. I don't know what that's supposed to be. The letter was written in a strong flowing hand and calligraphic style popular near the end of the last century. Following are the words of brother assassin Louis Joseph de Albert de Lunes, Come to Albert, as set down by Master Assassin Marcal on account of the former being grievous wounded in his shoulder. With further commentary by M. Marcal, like so. On instruction of my mentor, I set forth for Ville Perdue on my stead Argent, a fine stallion from a good Andalusian stock. Brother D'Albert here digresses at length for the virtues of his steed. Deeming this irrelevant due to the business of the Brotherhood, I have excised it. A business was the identification and recruitment of a potential initiate, a swordsman and singer of some repute, available by the name of La Malpin. I told him she was a woman. The broad she's announcing her fencing demonstration proclaimed her as a woman. Her name takes a feminine case. Brother D'Albert clearly needs to meditate upon the improvement of his senses. Oh, I see, because he says a swordsman and singer. Much to my surprise, when I arrived at the tavern, when I was able to find the gentleman, what I found instead was instead of plainly a young woman, fair of countenance and of hair, the embodied chansoness and demonstrating swordplay for an admiring crowd. My brother assassin and I approached her, whereupon I complimented her most highly on her talents and inquired if we might speak. But for reasons surpassing understanding, she became incensed by my words and threatened all three of us. When the testimony of Brother D'Albert's comments, his exact words were, "I've listened to your chirping, little pretty bird, now tell me of your plumage." Oh my god, that is so fucking horrible. Dude, why would he say that to someone? Of course she's gonna freaking get mad. Wow, my brothers rushed nobly to my defense, but showed some not ungentlemanly hesitation in striking a woman. I likewise attempted to talk her down, but taking my station to shed blood as a sign of weakness. Mademoiselle struck me through the right shoulder so that her blade protruded 6 inches from my back. Helplessly shot by the sight of blood, she fled the scene, while my brothers helped me to my village barber. The accounts of Brother D'Albert's brothers tell a rather different story, that the young lady roundly trounced all three of them, struck D'Albert with a crippling blow, and then withdrew to the bar to order a cup of burgundy. Based on this irrational logical reaction, I must conclude that Mel Maupin will be a poor choice of recruitment, and having tutored the Mademoiselle personally in the arts of the stage, I must conclude that Brother D'Albert is a great ass and should no more be in charge of recruitment than an orang-outan should be in charge of the crockery. Is that supposed to be orangutan? The monkey? Report on the training of the initiate Charles Dorian. This report is written to include blocking hand as though the scriber unused to writing. Here's a goddamn progress report. Initiate Dorian is showing progress. Pierre Belle. Oh my god, that's fucking funny. Oh my god, it's fucking funny. Okay, so that does it for all the new entries. And that does it for this game. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you all next time. That was fucking funny.